Ladies and gentlemen, just when you thought Twitch couldn't get worse with how they treated the mobile app, they changed it again, man. They fucked it up. I mean, it's nice that they're adding all these features so that we can access things better, but it's not doing what they think it's doing. Back in the day, I used to be able to go on this and watch the games I was playing. I was able to self-moderate, view my own channel the way I would view anyone else's channel. Now I damn near feel like I need to have 2 cell phones just to have that experience. This shit is so dumb, man. What is this nonsense, man? How do I even get to, like, the search feature? Like, they completely gutted the fuck out of this app, and what's worse is that they haven't presented any way to bring back the functionality that I used to have. No searches, none of that, man. Like, let me reset this up, man. That's what it is, man. It's a crime what they fucking do. First, the initial problem with Twitch was that I couldn't do anything like. Okay, now they fixed it up a little bit. For whatever reason, it was messed up before. But that's something they gotta be wary of. In the past, it's so interesting. Like, Twitch's problem was that, like, there was nothing useful for creators. The only advantage I could have is that on the Twitch mobile app, I could self-moderate, which is not something I could do on just a laptop. I would have to go to, like, the stream manager thing to do things like block them off. The moderation tools, well, if I use the right functionalities, I can get away with certain things. I can't delete messages for whatever reason, just like any regular dude. But now, the problem is reverse. Depending on how that app loads, I have to reset it, because it will just take away the search feature, take away my ability to watch my own stream, and not in stream manager mode, but just like a regular mode. Fuck it. That ain't right, man. Oh yeah, and the chicken I made last night, I had it yesterday, and I had leftovers for breakfast today. It was really good.
Do you see that too?
Yeah, man. This is a hellhole of a situation. First off, I don't like how it changed the feature of, like, watching your other followers and stuff like that. It used to be that it was almost like a feed that you saw everyone you were following. You scrolled and you tapped on what it was. Now you gotta, like, scroll up and down like TikTok instead in order to see the follower you want. It's not all like there and you can just slide up and down gently. No, you gotta, like, scroll through each individual one that's trying to broadcast to you in full, and it doesn't work the way TikTok works. TikTok and Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts, they can do that because you just mindlessly scroll there. But Twitch is not that kind of app. You watch the thing you want to watch, and then you maybe go to backspace a little so that you can, or just hop out that window so you can watch like something else, see what else is on. But you're not just constantly siphoning through. So what this is actually doing is making it a little more inconvenient. Now I just want to use the laptop version. Why is Twitch so mobile unfriendly? This is a good platform. This is one of the few platforms in 2020 social media that's still good. Like, Twitter is having a side grade right now where its moderation has improved significantly, but it's also a robo-apocalypse. As people buying their way into your For You page, into random threads derailing them.
It's a fight you shall have. I don't need your... Please.
And the damage done from the ridiculous moderation of 2018 to 2020 to early 2022 is still kind of done.
It won't. Man, finish him.
IG's making a comeback, but that's because IG is full of the most out-of-pocket people. If it wasn't for that community being so ridiculous... Aw, man, you daggered me with that one. But thankfully when I reset the app, the search feature came back. My ability to hop on my own stream and watch it like a normal moderator and not, or viewer at least.
No, my lord. You arrived.
That all came back. It was just, you know, a glitch, but it did kind of present me with a new problem, which is that this is a thing that can happen now.
Abandoning the oaths they swore. But I hadn't thought the corruption had reached so close to the heart of the Republic. It's a fucking disgrace. Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord Marquis. Or is Sid the Outlaw more to your liking?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am. Or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm. And he needs your help to see it through.
Before I agree to anything, I'd have you answer one question. What do you stand to gain from all this?
I won't deny that I might benefit from further chaos. But I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could live, how we could die, when it should have been our decision all along. Now we have a chance to put things right. But in order to take it, we must stand together, even if it be beside those with whom we don't see eye to eye.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. But perhaps your uncle was right. You are no ordinary outlaw. never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dhalmekian fringes under control. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can't convince them to try and restore order in their own territory.
Thank you, Field Marshal.
But they are not the only ones we will need to convince.
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals, but those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes to honeyed words, well, we will need an envoy. One who can court even the most stubborn of statesmen. You, perhaps.
I'm flattered. But I'm no diplomat either. And I have other problems to attend to. What we need is a skilled arbitrator. And I may know just the person.
Is that so? And would he happen to be an outlaw too?
Of a different kind, perhaps.
Well, beggars can't be choosers. I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this. Very well. Send your man to me right away.
I shall.
My Lord Marquis. Your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his manor in Port Isolde.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good, my lord.
An envoy. I'm not sure I'm the man to talk anyone round. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. No. This is a job for someone with experience. Someone like Quentin. I hope I can convince him at least.
No, aside from like what about social media? YouTube has completely like fallen apart. The comment section is better than what it was 2 years ago, though. Like, it used to be only in like news broadcasts where comment section is really like genuine, but
anything else?
Now people are really just speaking their mind on there. Although it'll get flagged for the creator to check out. A lot of comments that I really like end up I have to do some moderation to get it out if it's a little like out of pocket, but that's not really that big of a deal.
Can't do without leather if I'm to polish these stones.
I'm thinking, is this maybe a little down below? Yeah, but the fact that like, people for these past few years have been losing their playlists on YouTube for no good reason. It's not like the weird like kink playlists or violence-based playlists. Like,
Cyril, you found a letter from Father? Yes.
I've seen some playlists where I'm thinking, yeah, this person is needs to be locked up for being a pervert.
If you would do us the honor, my lord.
An inheritance.
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate.
What are these plans he spoke of? His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn eradication of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse.
Well, it figures because there's nothing they can really do to cure them at this present state.
And the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies.
So they wouldn't rely on bearer magic as much.
Twins. Archduke Elwyn saw this as the
Or the
only means of
crystals.
securing Rosaria's survival.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. To see centuries of common wisdom overturned. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless.
It's so interesting that Final Fantasy XVI is doing its hardest to
Nor would he have entrusted
not be
his
a
vision
fantasy
to
game.
faithful
That's the solution.
those who would have stood with you.
Take the fantasy out the setting.
From the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
It's funny that both Full Metal Alchemist 2003 and 2009
Were the first to
go
suffer
through
the
permutations of this.
one at least remains, and she has come bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it, or a part of it at least.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, Your Grace.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
Lord Marquis,
What is it?
one of our brethren lately journeyed across the strait in order to pursue a new avenue of inquiry in our ongoing investigation. He sent an owl some while ago, but we have heard naught from him since.
Was he surveying another fallen ruin?
No. The object of his study was a savior cult that has arisen in Ash in recent years. We believe it may have some connection to the Circle of Malleus, an ancient religion that worshipped Ultima as its god. By gaining an understanding of this new faith, we hoped to learn more of the Circle's original beliefs.
And so you sent one of your brothers to Ash? A continent teeming with orcs and Akashic?
Fully cognizant of the risks, yes, I entrusted the mission to one of the most able of our order, the Third Chair, a master of the arts of combat and survival both. Though he has been silent for some days now, I have thus far refrained from sending any others in search of him, lest they be lost in turn. Yet, it seemed only right to inform you of the situation, given your unique experience of the perils of Ash. For as you so earnestly advised me, it would not do to abandon a man to his fate, when he might yet be saved.
It would not. But Ash is a big place. Can you be any more specific?
Perhaps. The last owl I received from him mentioned a village where he had heard the cult were wont to assemble. Mickleburg was its name. It lies in the southern reaches of Waloed. If aught ill befell him, I expect it did so there.
Right. I'll see what I can do.
You are much too kind, my lord. Go then, with my hopes, and may the Firebird's flame ever burn in your heart.
So I've noticed that lately the Dragon Ball fandom has been kind of antsy lately, just because there hasn't been a new chapter in
If this
3
new
months.
faith really is an offshoot of the Circle of Malleus.
Those that are not so well informed
concentrate
might
on
think
finding the
that
third
Dragon Ball
chapter, shall
Super
we?
is kind of over and done with. It reminds me of what I felt when it came to Berserk during that story's conclusion.
My lord, your grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it to you.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You have our gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more. What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both. Alas, he did not live. Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could be completed. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself, but it was not to be. And his gifts remain incomplete.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these, works in progress. But with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little choice. You are grown men now, and his house is yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Goditha.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady. May our father's will be done.
Oh, I am much obliged.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone, my lady?
I do. Though it may be a matter of a good deal more than simply happening upon it. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's Wake, not far from here.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements since you were but a boy. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield, it would surely make your father proud.
What say you, Joshua?
What else? Titan's Wake is to the south of here.
It's funny how there's like really not that many quest lines left. And yeah, I'm still getting sick and tired of this stuff.
Faster!
It's just interesting how this game manages to avoid being interesting. It's determined to make you feel like you're wasting your time.
Eyes peeled, Joshua.
There it is. For House Rosfield.
Bro, it was like little 50 hits. It would have been better to have like a plus, 7 strength, plus 7 attack item, but for everything else here, man. Well, how high do you... I hate when I'm doing a fight and I can't dodge like a single attack. That's more like it.
Is this the Heartstone?
I expect Lady Godotha will know.
Tortoise Toggle, where would you hide? It looks like we found him.
Okay, so my bread and butter combo isn't really that good here. I can't really like do air games against this dude. I can wet him up though, light him up.
Materials to Mid so she can finish her prototype.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearers?
Can you believe we were going to make him fair?
I think we'd better shut up.
Who can say what Lubor is plotting?
The bastard's been lying to us.
Here to help me pack? Thanks, but I'll be traveling light. I'm almost finished already, in fact.
You're really
Bro, how long has it been since we last spoke?
I am. But before I go, there is one small issue I'd like your assistance with. Well, two, in fact.
If it's within my power to help you, I will.
It's the children. I refuse to let them share in my disgrace. And if I leave them here, they surely will. Our friendship would see them ostracized forever. But I can't take them with me either. I can think of only one place where they are certain to be safe, and provided for, and loved. The Hideaway.
Of course. The children will be more than welcome.
Thank you, Clive. I will not forget this.
Lubor, are you still here?
What is it, Ferda? You look pale.
There's been a flood in the Velcroy, a damn big one. The League of Outlaws encampment was completely submerged in ether.
What?
Every last one of the bastards has turned, and they're headed this way.
Bandits are one thing, but Akashic bandits are quite another.
Yeah, I always thought it was weird that the other regions had to deal with Akashic and we've been dealing with bandits.
Ferda, gather the men. The Akashic may strike at any moment. We must make ready to cover the townspeople's escape. Well, what are you waiting for?
Yes, my lord.
Clive, change of plan. The children stay with me for now. I need you to find Conrad and Natalie. Tell them to prepare for a full and immediate evacuation.
Understood.
I'll do what I can to convince everyone else. Wish me luck.
What's an Akashic?
None of the stalls were plundered this time, thanks be to you. How did your men fare?
You have to listen to me. They're coming.
Why do they always have to make such a fuss outside?
do you want, Lord Underhill?
To pass on an important message. There's been an ether flood out in the Velcroy. The camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathering has been swallowed. They're no longer just bandits. They're Akashic now, and they could be here at any moment. You need to begin preparing for a full-scale evacuation right away.
Oh, do we? And who was it who gave you this disturbing news, might I ask?
Lubor, perhaps? The man spreading the same poison out in the square as we speak. You may believe his lies, my lord, but we know better.
But why would he lie about something like this?
Some twisted attempt at revenge, perhaps. If he had not been unmasked, he may well have been elected our leader. A great honor for one of his kind. One he might well feel aggrieved at having been denied.
Lord Underhill, forgive me, but it has become all too evident where your sympathies lie. Lubor cannot be trusted, and neither, therefore, can you.
You may not trust me, but for the sake of your people, ask yourselves if there is any chance that this is true.
There isn't. You can be certain of that. Now be off with you.
You're making a mistake.
Come, Clive. If our words will not move, then we must find another way to help save the town.
You're right. Let's speak to Lord.
So interesting when we hear Joshua speak. Every time he opens his mouth, I just think about the, like, what was it, spiky belt emo versus white belt emo, and Joshua definitely feels like the white belt emo to Clive's studded belt emo.
Lord Furder.
Sid, what's wrong?
I went to warn Conrad and Natalie about the Akashic, but they wouldn't listen. They've convinced themselves that nothing Lubor says can be trusted. The bloody fools. Which means the town guard can't be counted on for support. But I can. If there's anything I can do to help you defend Dalamil, you only have to ask.
I appreciate it.
Sid, Further, I've been looking.
I might need like a white and spike belt just to get my emo game up.
I thought you'd left.
I couldn't abandon a friend in need. And Blue Boy is in need at this very moment. Come quickly.
You have to believe me. The Akashic are coming. They don't eat. They don't sleep. They don't tire. And they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There won't be no parley, no mercy granted. We may have saved the town once, but this is different. I do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me. If you do not run, you will die. You will all fucking die!
You'd like that, wouldn't you, bearer?
She's hot, so I'll give her a pass for talking like that.
Yeah, with us out of the way, your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves.
You should run!
Run, bearer!
Yeah, run! Far, far away!
Of course they got the desert motherfuckers throwing rocks.
Wait, someone's coming.
Stop! You're hurting him! What did Lubor ever do to you?
I mean, they had like these
All your stupid
European dudes eating Cornish bread and listening to like whack ass loop music.
You wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad?
They kept to the setting pretty simplistically, except for Sombrusque, where they had the royal capital looking spicy.
Whose men make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty?
And of course, you can't really explore that one. That's just like a location for a raid as it's being destroyed, being unmade.
Ever say thank you? Ever? But did Lubor ever complain? Well, does he ever stop smiling? He keeps this whole place going, and you act like it doesn't even exist.
Lubor, we have heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
So tell us, how do you propose we deal with these Akashic of yours?
We won't run, but we will fight.
All right, then. Fine. Gather round if you don't want to die.
Allow me to explain the situation. The ether flood occurred near the village of Charatina, deep in the Velcroy. The place had been abandoned for years, until the League of Outlaws decided to make it their base of operations. Now they're all turned, and if the scouts' reports are correct, heading in this direction.
They are mindless monsters, driven only by hate and rage. They are utterly unpredictable. With the bandits, we at least knew how and where they were likely to attack. When these creatures come, Dalamil will have the bitterest fight it has ever faced on its hands. The town guard will muster at the north gate. The rest of us will take the south. Both forces will provide men to serve as scouts and messengers, ready to spread word of the size and nature of the Akashic force as soon as it is spotted. And as soon as it has been, we will converge on its position and see that it is driven back from Dalamil at all costs. Conrad, can I count on the support of the town guard?
Always.
I leave the selection and coordination of the messengers in your hands, Victor. And the command of our men in yours, Ferda. If you would both be so kind, consider it done.
As you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the townsfolk barricade themselves inside the bathhouse. And tell the merchant not to waste time securing anything beside the essentials. Preserving life is our one and only concern. As long as we survive, it doesn't matter what trinkets we might lose. Our riches can be regained. And if anyone doubts that, let it be known that the Briar's Kiss stands ready to cover any losses.
Very well. I shall tell them.
Where do I fit into this plan?
Where else but the most perilous place of all? I would like you to travel to the home of our erstwhile League of Outlaws, Charatina itself. The main host is most likely still there, and Dalamil will not be safe until it is eradicated, root and branch.
A little gardening. How pleasant.
I doubt it. I have a feeling these weeds will be particularly stubborn.
Luckily, so am I.
So you are. All right then, we all know what we have to do. Now it's simply a matter of doing it. For Dalimil.
Okay.
Looks like everyone's...
There it is. The flood.
But what's waiting for us inside? We can't leave a single one alive.
It's over.
The League is disbanded. I should get back to Dalimil and see how the others fared.
All the Akashic we were able to find have been dealt with. Seems that might be the last of them.
Last of them here, perhaps.
Lubo, Sir Clive has returned.
Clive! What news from Charatina?
It's done. Root and branch.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Thank you, my lord.
Friends, the Horde has been driven back. The Akashic have been defeated. And we need not fear the arrival of any more, thanks to Clive. Victory is ours.
We bloody did it!
We saved Dalimil.
Lubor, allow me to apologize. After all you have done for this town, we should never have doubted you.
But we did. And for that we are truly sorry. We only hope that you can forgive us.
We need you, Lubor. Dalimil needs you.
Okay, so we continue to treat other bears like crap, or are you just
You have our backing.
going to give this man a free pass?
You remember that I'm a bearer, don't you?
We do. But that is not a stain on your character. It is a stain on ours. We thought only of what we perceived bearers to be, not what you truly are. The man who saved Dalimil twice over.
I see. But I will only accept your proposal on 2 conditions.
Name them.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power to rally your people to my cause. If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership, it will be doomed from the start. Unity is the key to defending Dalimil, and I do not doubt that we shall need to call on our combined strength again. When that time comes, I will expect us all to pull together, just as we did today.
Of course. You have our word.
And secondly, you will accept that if I am to lead you, the mistreatment of bearers must end here in Dalimil.
That's what I was
Any bearer
thinking.
within our walls shall be afforded the same rights as any other citizen. They will not be judged by what they are, but who they are.
As we failed to do, and came so close to losing everything.
We agree to your conditions. And we have only one in return. That you continue to work for the good of Dalimil, as you always have.
Condition accepted. Well then, it seems my mayorship is all but confirmed. Do I get some sort of special hat? How fickle fate can be. Not so long ago, I had resigned myself to leaving Dalimil in disgrace. And now, I find myself her leader. Here. For everything.
Lubor. About the children.
Fear not, you are of course relieved of your responsibility. I would sooner face another horde of Akashic than see them brought up as outlaws. I'll make sure they're safe here.
I don't doubt that you will. And not just the children, but everyone in Dalimil.
I'll do my best. Can't have all your hard work going to waste.
Okay, so this is a decent wrap up to the Luber quest line. So I guess they're happy seeing their homie is no longer going to be treated like complete dog shit.
Lubor. He'll make a wonder.
Ginger and ginseng.
How about a few spicy sausages to put in your
So,
pot,
you're
eh?
going to join the watch after all, then?
The fellow who used to run this stall took to his heels right after the prank.
Anything I can interest you in?
Just
My thanks.
give me a CDs, man.
My thanks.
I'm like a dude from Harlem.
Excellent choice. My thanks. Here you are. My thanks. An excellent choice. Here you are. Fare you well.
Bro, how do you hear my voice now?
Good day. Farewell, traveller.
I'm spending money like nobody's business, but it's all with a purpose. And that purpose is that there's literally nothing else to spend it on except for the occasional potion and high potion, which those are cheap anyway. Maybe I'll be in a situation where I need a better sword and I find myself being regretful.
And the Heartstone claimed.
Yes, this radiant luster like frozen flame. It is just as your father described it. Thank you, my lord. Your grace. Your father would be so proud.
Lady Goditha, the lapidary is ready.
Thank you, Cyril. I will be with him shortly. If
You know
will
damn
excuse
well
me,
there's someone who
I shall have
prefers
this
these
unpacked
side quests
and
over the
sent
Final
for
Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth side quests. Not saying those side quests were particularly great. I think Lightning Returns had the best side quests out of like any of these Final Fantasy games with numbers attached to them.
Take them. They are yours. After
12 as well, but 12 is
Stone
just the
harder
hunts.
and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion. And the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy. Enemies who would thwart his vision. Only with unwavering devotion would it ever be realized.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield, as brothers in arms, only then might those enemies be overcome.
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the
I'm
task
hyperventilating a little
to
just because I'm so fucking
But this was more than just a message.
tired of these guys
It was a promise
speaking more than they should.
that he would always be with you.
Thank you, Lady Goditha, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you, and his hopes for your future. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us. I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the Griffin, thinking I might claim the Heartstone on its passing. And so my pursuit continued, until Lord Cyril appeared before me. He informed me that His Grace's will had been recovered, and that his sons were alive and well.
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my father and all the people of Rosaria, I thank you for your loyal service.
This should be like the close offline.
Thank you, my lord. Your Grace, for
Alright.
coming back to us.
Music is muting out, so I'm getting
My
hopeful.
service meaning.
Yep. Really now? So is there gonna be like a little twist now?
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so long.
It is. And we thank you for the part you played, Cyril.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father's memorial atop Hawk's Crag?
It's so funny, man. I was complaining about how long this shit was taking, and then
And that his vision lives on in you.
now they're extending it a little more.
Churlish not to. What do you say, Clive? Should we pay Father a visit?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined there. It has been since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it. For it too is a part of your inheritance, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hands than perched upon some lonely rock.
Thank you, Cyril.
Clive, shut up. Don't say anything. Okay, good. Keep it zip.
He's waiting.
We don't gotta drag this out anymore. Okay, so this area is now emptied out. Okay, this is Sambresk. Like, while there were times where I was annoyed while playing something like Wild Arms or any of these other titles, I just find myself so much more annoyed playing these type of games. These 90s WRPG structured games that feel more like single player MMOs, man.
Quentin.
If I didn't like it in 15, I'm not gonna like it here.
Something tells me you're asking more of me than a cask of Gotand gold. Go on then. Propose. You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply swallow their pride and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years. Was there anything else? Perhaps I can fetch you a meat pie as well.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I can think of none better suited to the role.
You know, I'm glad this dude's back, because he was one of the few side quest characters that I thought had, like, an interesting thing going on.
Lost Wing are my family, and I cannot abandon them. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So am I.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what you've done so far? They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. That's what you do best. If it's the vineyard you're worried about, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know we will.
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself we're family. Don't you trust us?
You know that's not what I'm...
Then what are you saying? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced us we could build new lives for ourselves, and if you can do that, who's to say you couldn't convince the entire realm?
A stirring argument. I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat by comparison.
So you'll join us?
Where do you need me?
Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. He's currently in Port Isolde. I can arrange for a party of Cursebreakers to accompany you there.
That would be very much appreciated. I hear the roads are far from safe these days.
Hopefully not for long. My uncle will want to know that his plan is taking shape.
I had a weird dream a while ago that it was a Haktua meme, but with a bunch of random like Final Fantasy characters, mostly from 7. Yeah, Twitter has really turned on that meme. Back in June, it was this the meme that took over Pride Month and stuff like that, but now it's effectively like a discourse on like red state culture, divorced from how online right-wingers perceive it as. Or it doesn't really have like a conservative element, which is pretty fitting for online Trump supporters versus actual like IRL Trump supporters.
Be Nickelberg.
These people aren't turned. And the village seems safe enough at least. What is going on here? Ah.
Did you, too, heed the call?
Heed the call? No, I came here looking for someone. To be honest, I wasn't sure I'd find him here. Let alone all of you.
Is that so?
What are you doing here? Is this where you live?
It is my home. The others, they heeded the call.
You keep saying that. What do you mean?
They came here to perform the rite, just as King Barnabas instructed. This village is their altar, where they shall
Well, that explains why this guy has a Spanish accent.
gentle waters and give themselves to the Lord.
Give themselves?
Oh, Lord, cleanse us of our sins.
Let us be reborn in your loving arms.
Free us from the torment of this mortal realm.
They want to be saved. Forgive me, but did another foreigner like me come here? He was probably wearing a cowl.
You mean the traveler from Storm? Yes. He is staying at my house, toward the rear of the village.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll go and greet him.
They seek the same salvation Barnabas did. At least the third chair still lives. Let's go and find him.
Let us be made pure. Let us be made.
How to...
Excuse me. Are you with the Undying?
I am. And so it would appear, are you? Lord Rosfield, if I am not mistaken.
That's right. And you must be the third chair.
I am.
Cyril was worried for your safety. He sent me to find you.
Then I must apologize. I did not mean to trouble the bearer of the burning quill. Much less you, my Lord Marquis.
You said that you had failed to report. Is there a reason for that?
I came here to study the followers of this new faith. But the more I learned of them, the more my own faith began to falter. You have seen them at their prayers, have you not? They devote themselves to the veneration of their Lord with a fervor I have never seen before. Praying night and day that they might be rid of their wicked wills and reborn in their Saviour's light. Not that they might be granted respite from their worldly woes, but so that they might continue to serve him. Serve him with all of their beings. I too swore to devote my life to the service of my Lord and Master, but this... it is different. It is more. And so I would see it through to the end. See these people safe, that they might achieve their dream. That they might do their duty to their Lord. Even if it should keep me from doing my duty to mine.
You do understand what their dream is, don't you?
I do, my lord. They would cast aside their wills and become Akashic. I know that it may be hard to believe, but to these people, that is the very essence of salvation. Forgive Forgive me, my lord. But I must remain here.
Bro, all you gotta do is take some bath salts if you wanna experience what that's like.
I would consider it a great...
Not that I can advocate for that since it does probably push against the TOS, but that's
Something is happening.
effectively what you're asking for. Macastic dudes, the crackheads. If you need a visual representation for what that's like,
Oh no.
well, never mind, because you're about to get another visual representation that's nigh indistinguishable.
Echoes as well. Found her.
They even got the crackhead super strength.
Ready. What now? We meet again. I've killed your kind before.
Why'd you gotta say it like that, man? I didn't think you were gonna go for that. Crazy I did over 50k with that one. I still don't feel like I did anything. Gangstalicious. I love that. It feels so like chainsaw like when you use that move. Oh, I thought they turned into those.
Don't you die. Come on, speak to me.
Bro, did you see the reason of his body got stabbed?
To save them, that they might have a chance to find true salvation by devoting themselves to the service of their Lord, just as I did when the Undying plucked me from the gutter and gave me a cause to believe in. Duty to serve was everything to me, and I would not deny them that fulfillment, even if they must become a Kashik in order to achieve it. Forgive me, my Lord Marquis. I did not mean to trouble you with this. My findings. Could you deliver them to Master Cyril for me?
Of course. Your duty will be done.
Look, my lord. They are saved.
Does that mean they're a Kashik now? Oh, there you go. Bath salts. But our last moments, they weren't quite peaceful moments. They were scared witless. But that is what happens when you're exposed to so much ether. Oh, well, at least I don't gotta warp.
They are saved. Founder. I should get this report to Cyril.
So what do I want to level up now? Phoenix. Titan. So really the only things I have left is master. Okay, I gotta like upgrade Titan's toolkit twice, and then I gotta upgrade Rama's, Bahamut's, Shiva's, and Odin's. But you know, I'm done with all of this. I'm done with all of this. I'm done with all of this. I'm almost done with all of this.
My Lord Marquis, welcome back. I am glad to see you hale and whole.
I met with your third chair, Cyril. He bade me deliver his findings to you.
Thank you, my lord. He remained in Ash?
He died protecting the villagers from an echo. I buried him in Mickelberg. I'm sorry that I couldn't save him.
If you could not save him, no one could.
The villagers, they were believers in this savior cult. They prayed to their god that they might be unburdened of their wills. Then an ether flood came, and their wish was granted. Your brother sacrificed himself that they might live, even knowing that that life was death by another name.
Then he perished defending liberty. A hero's end. For the right to choose how one dies is no less sacred than the right to choose how one lives.
Sid would agree. He wanted to build a world where people could die on their own terms.
A noble ambition. To die for one's cause is the most perfect expression of one's faith. It matters not how misguided others might judge one's decision to be.
You know how libertarians would occasionally say, little voluntarist type, hey, this is dumb, but they have the right to do dumb things. This is that theme kind of
we die for them.
Made allegorical in fiction.
Or worse, that is our creed.
But he didn't die for your creed. He died to save them. And you still believe that what he did was right?
I believe that he believed it was. We of the Undying are not slaves, but willing servants. And this was his will, the ultimate expression of it.
All right. I'd like to know this man's name, Cyril. To know the names of all the Undying who've fallen in the line of duty. They died serving my house. It's only right that I remember them. That is my duty.
Of course. I shall fetch the Book of Martyrs at once. My lord, it has been, and shall ever be, the greatest honor of my life to serve House Rosfield. Though our duties may differ, yours is no less important. I pray with all my heart for your success. And were they here, I have no doubt but that every one of my fallen brothers and sisters would feel the same.
You said it's an hour and 30 minutes. I thought by now I'd be done with everything, but whew. I got a trophy. Collect 6 signboards. Alright, didn't really expect that, but hey. I am reaching the point in the narrative where I'm running out of side quests, so they're gonna give me some swag.
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond.
It is sort of strange how we've reached a point now where like people are starting to roast Dragon Ball fanfics for how bad the tropes are. So not only are people getting sick of Dragon Ball Super, but they're getting sick of the things that like Dragon Ball Super protects us from. That's making them want Dragon Ball super even more, despite the fact that they're sick of many of the problems I've complained about. Weird storyline endings, repetitious character arcs. The story is kind of falling apart once it goes into like fighting mode. Son Goku being a little too goofy, the story being a little too whimsical at times, bad payoffs in general, not just bad climaxes, but like even the epilogues can be kind of weird. But the world building was good, and there was micro character development, not just characters being regressed in order to suit weird wish fulfillment for the fans.
It's just back there.
World building is great, even though weirdos like the guy who was like reviewing Miss Star Fusion, he was kind of weirded out by how many like different god types there were in Dragon Ball, but it was great, man.
Father always fought for what he believed was right.
The introduction of like these deities really raises like the fantasy themes of Dragon Ball, especially once it was leaning too much into like sci-fi with the later parts of Saiyan, Namek, and Android Saga. Blue Saga brought back those fantasy themes, and Kaioshin really helped with that.
To me, he was the greatest of men.
Having a dude who can destroy like potentially the entire universe eventually, and then go to the afterlife and destroy that too, really took the themes to like the next level. Because now it's like, hey,
We'll have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
that's how you could. That's how strong this guy needed to be for these guys to be a threat. It's why the series going planetary in the Saiyan Saga was so necessary, because once it got to like aliens and sci-fi,
I shall be borrowing this, Father.
aliens, like, the stereotype is that they would destroy planets by going on their spaceships and laser beaming the planet. But since this is a martial arts manga, they had to do like their martial arts, wuxia, kung fu in order to do that, so that's how they were able to engage in this stuff. Let me check the time real quick. It's 2 p.m. I was worried for a second. Yep. As I have to remind you guys, Thursday I'll be playing Ever Crisis, because I'll still stream, but I won't have access to my to living room, because it'll be the 4th of July and my younger bro will want to play to himself most likely. Which I'm looking forward to that, because I do like Ever Crisis, and it did get a nerf, so I'm curious how much content I can get for. Feels like old news by this point. Okay, now it seems like all my objectives are at the hideaway, so that's cool.
Uncle, I bring good news. Marshal has agreed to your plan.
Of course he has. I didn't doubt you for a moment, dear boy.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Porter's Alder as we speak. They will await your return there. As will one other.
One other? Who, exactly?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not be as successful in convincing those with political power. He asked if I might have a solution, and I suggested a certain Imperial Lord Magistrate turned Liberator.
One of your co-conspirators?
Master Quinton would probably call me one of his, but yes.
Another outlaw, then. Just the thing we need to put these rotten politicos in their places. Good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier, eh?
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quinton can solve our problem with the armies, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the grain shortages.
Oh, don't you worry, my boy. The 7 high houses will be seeing to that. They have all agreed to make the most generous of donations. Oh, of course, it did take a little persuasion, but luckily I had some unexpected help.
From who?
Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward Rockford from a horde of bloodthirsty bandits.
It was more of a handful.
Well, the old battle axe was so pleased. She had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks by the next new moon.
Yeah, this guy might be my favorite character out of all of these.
Things finally loosen, they as good as tripped over themselves in the rush to follow suit.
He just has the most personality, followed by
Now,
Sid.
I must be getting back to the manor. Join us there at your earliest convenience, would you?
Of course, Uncle.
Because he's a rich dude with connects who can like make shit happen. He doesn't waste your time by being like useless. And when he says and does something, it feels purposeful.
Grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with Akashic.
You'll find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach.
Also, the Kaioshin, like, because there are deities of the universe itself and creation, they centralize the universe so it doesn't become like this big, infinite, redded void that makes people feel significant, supposedly.
The displaced back to the countryside to work the fallow fields. But I'm sure that you wish to continue your discussion. Forgive the interruption. 2 such firm friends as yourselves need no help.
Now it's like, okay, well, there's a guy who knows the generals of the universe and oversees what's happening in them.
I can't stand the man.
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company were you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal.
Criminal? How dare you? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young gentleman.
Upstanding? He calls himself Sid the bloody outlaw.
Once more onto the breach.
Shall we begin again? What we seek here is not to create a new nation, nor to claim the thrones of those that already exist. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might weather the current storm. And to do that, we must convince those in power, the generals, the statesmen, the nobles, that our cause is just. There will be disagreements, yes, and I imagine some resistance, much resistance. But we cannot let that deter us. If we show them the path, show them that we walk it ourselves, then I am confident they will follow. The
fate of the world lies in my nephew's hands, but the well-being of her people lies in ours. And we must not squander the chance that Clive has given us.
Uncle Byron,
Now, with that settled, let's move on to the signing of the Accord. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Tri-Unity. Rutherford, Mike Will. Well, my boy, the stage is set.
That it is.
This is the role you were born for. Now I ask only that you trust in the talents of your supporting cast. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities, that you might have the opportunity to shine. The realm needs its Sir Crandall, and there is no better Crandall than you, Clive. I want you to keep this signed accord as proof of our faith in you.
I will. Thank you, Uncle.
Okay, well, there's another item for me to claim. Like, even like the addition of like the gods of destruction, the angels. What that's done for the world building is it's allowed for there to be effectively a greater universe that may not have the Dragon Balls, may have scenes that are still around, but are still not our scenes, so that when one of our scenes is back, in the case of Broly, it's an impactful moment, or even in the case of Turles, which what's-his-face Toyotaro has been flirting with, Canon Turles. Or maybe he's given the idea to Toriyama when he was still alive, so Toriyama might have like given him some hints on how to pull that off.
Here you are. Best of luck out there, Sid.
Okay. All available items from your patrons. And the base game is at 40%, so... yeah, if I off-screen this, I'll probably get everything. It created like this whole verse of people that Son Goku can still get his Saiyuki on with, where it's like he's training to be like at the level of his deities. He's not quite there yet, but he still has the potential to be, in the case of Beerus and like these other God of Destructions.
So there's a new mother. Fussing over it. Don't see the heads of it.
Okay, no, it's mid, so I have to go down.
Mid. Tell me this is all you need.
And so I've seen, I think, what makes Serenia finish Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail.
It's most of what I need.
Apparently, it's much lower budget
And I realized I've forgotten a word.
and smaller than Endwalker. But it flirts with Final Fantasy X, 6, and 9 quite well.
Gear's that smaller a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight toiling over.
Wait. The children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny brass gear. Now that I think about it, I They didn't use it when we put the scales back together.
The young'uns? But why would they... You know what? I don't want to know. I'll keep working on the model. You go and find that cog.
Okay, that's an interesting Chekhov's gun.
Has Mid at all mentioned a new project yet?
Not exactly. Sid, is Mid still hiding from us?
She wasn't hiding. She's fine. She's just busy working on her next project.
A new invention? What is it? What is it? Is it an airship? I bet it's an airship!
Do you think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, something only you three can provide. A brass gear. A tiny one. One that might fit on, say, a set of scales.
Oh, the one you forgot! We remember!
We saved it, just in case. It's in the bag of bits.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then reassembling everything we can find. All the pieces that are left over, we keep under our beds, just in case.
That's good to know.
Look! I found it! Is that all? Just the gear? We have more parts if Mid needs them.
That's all for now. But I'll let Mid know about your hoard. Just in case.
Thanks, Sid.
Well, did they have it?
They did. And they kept it somewhere nice and safe. Will it work?
Will it work? It's perfect! You're a genius, Clive.
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important job of all. The wings aren't going to move on their own. But with the right cog in the right place... Well, you just wait and see.
This is a good quest to end it off on, honestly.
That should do it. Here goes nothing. Titan's tits.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes, children, their mums and their dads.
Pretty much Final Fantasy IV.
Like I lost mine.
Just seeing people get carpet bombed by airships.
Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head, or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work...
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it isn't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm gonna bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out. I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
If I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad always said, dream big. But it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? Only that it's a good one. And I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
I'm sure you do.
Almost 2 hours in, and we're finally done with all the side quests. No, it's about... hell nah. I shouldn't have celebrated too soon. I was thinking, finally we're done with all this shit. No, it's not like that at all.
Twin sides hundreds of leagues away. I don't mean the crystals. Massive.
Should have known better. This is Final Fantasy XVI. It's the game that tricks you into doing all the side quests even though you shouldn't. At least with 15, it's like, because of the fact that it's trying to be an open world game, it's letting you know you don't gotta do all this shit. Okay, so there's just 2 left to collect.
If Joshua's worried about Jill, I should go and speak with him.
I once said, you know, a JRPG is going to be good if the main character's name is Joshua, or one of the main characters' name is Joshua.
Joshua.
That's a very Kiseki-pilled answer, but this game kind of proves that's not true at all. At least not anymore.
Since we returned from Drake's spine, I've felt it more and more.
I suppose it's not hard to imagine why.
She doesn't think
That's why we need to remind her she is still one of us. To let her know that we still need her, now more than ever. That you still need her. But how to do that? When last we were truly close, we were but children.
Of course.
I mean, we smashed, maybe you and her should smash next.
Accompanied father on his annual tour of the duchy. And Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up Man's Hill.
To see the snow daisies, I remember. It was the first time father had allowed us to join him. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pop boys combing the countryside.
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it halfway there. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say, he was none too pleased.
And it seems you and Jill have unfinished business. What do you say?
Man's Hill. It's not that far.
Oh, true. Though I suspect it is also much changed. Little in southern Rosaria remains as it was when we were children.
You're saying I should go and scout the area for bandits?
I'm saying we should first go and see if there are actually still any snow daisies left. What would you do without me, Clive?
Let me see. Oh, okay.
This is the place, but...
I'm sorry, Clive.
There's no weapon spared. What do we do now?
We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place where snow daisies grow.
Perhaps, but it's the only place I know of. Knew of.
Then why not ask someone who might know of another?
Someone at the backyard. To the hideaway, then.
I got too excited, but you know what? I got another trophy out of it, so... In the event that I ever do want to get the platinum for this game, I can probably get it.
Say what you will, Lady Karen is... This should tide us over until the new moon.
Brings you down from the heavens, Sid?
I need your advice. Joshua and I are looking for a place where snow daisies grow. Preferably in abundance.
Snow daisies. Then you'll want somewhere not too hot and not too cold. And where the winds are strong enough to carry the seeds. I reckon Man's Hill would be a good place to start. There in the Royal Meadows, perhaps? Both have similar climbs and the right elevation. If the Blight hasn't claimed them yet.
Right. Thank you.
Did you learn where we might find our flowers?
The gardener here mentioned the Royal Meadows in Sambrak.
The fields beyond Northreach. Well, if that's the case, then Yote was right. I recalled that she kept a record of our travels, you see. So I asked her if she'd perhaps noted anywhere that snow daisies grew, and she mentioned Oilefeist Bay.
Whose shores border the meadows. Off we go then.
We're really doing all of this to have the best threesome with Jill that we can.
The garrison said they'd take another 100.
And now my... Help the garrison today.
So I am interested in potentially a re-release of Final Fantasy XIII, at least 13. On PS3 emulation, since there are rumors of PS3 emulation being flirted with, but I will say I'd rather they work on redoing it on another engine where you don't have to deal with a game that's most definitely built for the PS3.
The meadows are vast. Where do we even start?
Let me save, just because I don't trust this game. How close are we to leveling up?
The coastline. We can start there. Look, brother. Do you see them?
I do. Flowers. And our friends. What do you see, boy?
It's always a do a big club.
Let's hope this is the last one. Only one way to find out.
I remember hearing that once either Plato or Socrates or Aristotle mentioned that if you don't know how to like fight someone with a club, you're just dumb. Like a sword, that takes some like skill. You have to learn how to use a sword, or even like a gun. Oh, that's disappointing. I almost did it. Surprise, surprise, I haven't done that in a long time, man. I need to go harder. Just start going on a killing spree.
That was harder than I expected.
I guess we'll have a picnic here.
It was worth it. They're beautiful.
Do you think Jill will like them?
She'll love them. Come on. Let's go.
It appears my work is done. The rest, as they say, is up to you. Well, you and the skies. We wouldn't want another thunderstorm now, would we?
I guess he's trying to be Cupid. I mean, she is in my crib.
Jill, there's something I'd like to show you.
There is? And where might this something be?
It's not here. Now, I know this is sudden, but how would you fancy a trip to Oriflamme?
There are so many. This is what you wanted to show me. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. The smile on your face is enough. We've been worried about you, Joshua and I. Do you remember when I took you to Man's Hill? Or tried to?
How could I forget? You saw me crying and thought a change of scenery might lift my spirits. In the end,
Yeah, she does have that flat in the back of the head thing.
from your mother. But I felt wonderful nonetheless.
I'm sorry. I had no idea what I was getting us both into. But I couldn't bear to see you like that.
Before we left, my chambermaid told me she'd overheard your mother talking about my marriage prospects with some of the noblewomen at court. They were debating whether it would be more profitable to marry me off to one of the high houses instead of saving me for the ducal line. No one thought to ask me what I wanted. I was nothing to them. A pawn at best. I felt so trapped. So lonely.
I didn't know.
She was crying because she wanted that dick.
You were there. Your hand in mine as we ran for those oaks. And I knew then, no matter what happened, I would be all right. I'll never forget that feeling. Before we broke camp, the morning after the storm, do you know what I did?
No? What?
I slipped away from my governess to climb the tor. And from there I saw a sea of petals, all reaching for the sun. And I realized that no matter how terrible the night, dawn would always come. That you would always come for me.
In you as well.
You have. Again and again.
Well, only one time, but we can make it 2 times eventually.
Where do you see us? Where all this is?
Oh shit, he said, what are we?
Don't know. Not here, though. I think I've outgrown the twins. After everything we've been through, the realm just seems so small. I'll need some space to spread my wings.
Then that's what you'll have. And I'll stop at nothing to see that you do.
Much good at garlands, but it'll have to do.
I'll treasure it forever.
Thank you, Clive, for this, the flowers, for everything. It's exactly what I needed. You are my treasure.
That sword's not the only thing that's Jill's sword poking out like that.
We should probably be getting back. I expect the others are wondering where we are.
You're right. There's still much to do.
And we'll do it together.
Okay, so that's how we get her in our party permanently. I wonder, are there no side quests left, or let's see, so State of Rome. How much EXP until I reach the next level up? So let's see, I'm gonna just upgrade whatever I see that I can upgrade. Go for that little dopamine boost. I hate that little input lag. See, I'm tapping down. I had tapped down twice both instances. No, it's all good. I don't mind having some unread mail. So, let's check. View trophies. Spend 36 skill at the tub and crown. Don't know what a tub and crown is. Is it like a James Harden type place? Okay. Obtain all curiosities. So I need this one and my thing's at 50 something percent. So I want to look it up. I also want to take a bathroom break because I feel like shitting.
You think they'll come back? Of course they will. It's just a big...
Some of you guys probably get grossed out by that, but I'm just so neurotic that I don't really care anymore.
Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received and everything promised. Best of luck out there, Sid.
Okay, so I need to know where the last curiosity is and tub and crown. I'm gonna mute this and I'm going to look that up while I'm on the throne. So, don't mind me. Alright. So, to get the last curiosity, I had to do all 7 chronolith trials, which I guess I'll put that away indefinitely. That's like some Osaka team BS right there.
It's a dangerous world out there.
I'll wait until, if I ever replay this game, I get all my skills on point.
You look like you could do with a drink. Well, someone's in a good... Drink up, you lot. The next round's on Sid. Don't be a stranger, Sid. Welcome back, Sid. As if... What can I get you, Sid? That's what we like to hear. Knock 'em back, everyone. Welcome back, Sid. Honestly, Sid, you're too nice for your own good. Do you hear that, ladies and gents? The next round's courtesy of the realm's most benevolent outlaw.
Okay, so that's one other thing my money can help me with. Just get like a new trophy.
Don't be a stranger, Sid.
Let's just beat the game now. It's about time.
Make sure you do this time. Oh, and while you're at it... Clive, if you see me dad up there, tell him we were right to leave his legacy with you.
Tell him he'll be in the front row. There's no way he'd miss this. Well, behave yourself, Mid.
We'll see.
You've been waiting on that since he tried to kiss her hand. Yeah, he don't really like that, but we know that already.
So,
you just made him shrimpy.
Charge now, Gav.
And what does Taya have to say about that? Come back before she finds out, eh?
Thank you, Yote. I'm sorry.
Your Grace, I shall pray for your safe return.
That's kind of you. But you should pray he took his medicine. I didn't spend all night grinding herbs for his lordship to leave them on his nightstand. Again.
You needn't fear, Lady Taya. And thank you.
See that your brother comes back in one piece. Or, at most, 2. Any more and you can heal him yourself.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, there's
nothing to say that hasn't already been said. But that's never stopped me before, so just you do what needs doing. And don't worry about us.
We'll do our best, Uncle.
That we will.
If that is all?
Not quite. Jill.
It's time, isn't it?
It is. Take care of him. And you. You take care of her too, boy.
Don't forget, Clive. We all choose our own path. Believe in yours. I do.
I'll be back. I promise. I love you, Jill.
I know. I love you too.
Who's gonna say the get a room or two line? Everyone's like, yeah, we know your fucking look.
Now, we have a god to kill.
So they have like a freeway transformation. Oh no, it's just Bahamut. I was thinking that was like a Bahamut Phoenix Freach form.
Here they come. Hold on, Joshua. Already am.
to make us a way in.
So, this is Origin.
A far cry from heaven.
Where it all began, where it all begins, our ark, your architect.
There you are.
It was here that we slumbered, here that we waited for centuries, clinging to our decrepit shell, for fear that we might have need of it once again. But you have come at last. And now we shall be truly complete.
Well, there's 3 of us and 1 of him. Let's make it count.
Dominance. We will show you what it means to suffer.
They center aligned it in such a weird spot the last few times. It's actually hard to see what we were meant to see.
No!
Guys hitting us with... We're hitting with the rusting guns? Disaster. What are we, the Mega Sisters now? We're the Mega's brothers. Oh, I called it.
And you only surrendered. This unpleasantness could have been avoided.
Yeah, he's got the fucking Rasengan sword.
We have you.
Yeah, it's like he's a freak, but with this non-elemental kind of neutral fire. Like a Faraja, almost. It almost looks like hydrogen, actually, or nitrogen, actually. He's gonna hit us with that Zeta flare. He's gonna do the Donald Duck. I would love to just mash.
I asked not for acceptance, only forgiveness.
Okay, so it's looking Zeta-ish. Well, good thing I streamed this in July and not June. Otherwise, this death would be kind of problematic for me to broadcast. The first time around, at least.
Clive! No.
Was that a regular Phoenix heal, or did he donate all his power?
Thank the Founder. Did I mention you look terrible?
That makes two of us.
Oh, I'll be alright.
I'm doing well.
Dion. Take my hand.
I told you I'll be...
Thank you. I hope that for you as well.
Come on.
Thank you.
Press on.
Always.
Alright, so now we're in walking sim mode. Let's just take in the scenery. No, I've just been shopping. Taking care of business lately.
Don't be. Please.
Paying bills.
He had to do.
And it's time we
Living my adult life.
Should we stop?
Because of the cough. No, I think we're past that, Clive.
I suppose we are.
That light, so cold, so empty. We're close.
It's not even letting me freely rotate the camera.
Seems that way. But I don't want to think what could be waiting for us in there.
At least I can move it around up and down.
Clive.
They can't be.
But they are. This is the Nexus. A wellspring of life. Yours and ours. As we watch the world stumble slowly to its dark end, it was here we pledged a new beginning. And now, with the ether we have harvested, I shall raise my kin from their eternal slumber.
Oh, I see. I've seen a lot of those lately.
We may usher in a new age of reason.
This was never about creation. Only self-preservation. You can
So now it feels less like Final Fantasy XIII and more like 4 and 9.
Him. Alone. Clive. I think I understand. He...
So he's not gonna resurrect his homies, at least?
labor still, long after their work was done, had you not set them free.
You meant for us to destroy the Mother Crystals. It's what you wanted all along.
You have our gratitude, Mythos. In this you have served us well. You have both served us well. Welcome home, brother.
I thought it was me, but it wasn't my grasp that grew weaker. It was theirs that grew stronger.
So the seal is broken.
Joshua!
And now we can become one.
Well, I'm not really interested in that at the present moment, but I'll message you if I do become interested.
Clive. Don't speak. The one possessed of the destructive flames of Ifrit and the healing flames of the Phoenix. This, I once believed, would be Ultima's true form. But I was wrong. I see it now. Why you will never become Ultima's vessel.
Just hold on.
Listen to me, Clive. You remember the murals? People once knew that Ultima was their god. That he created them. And they worshipped him, prayed to him, looked to him for guidance. In vain. In vain. For he did not listen, did not acknowledge our will, and so we strayed from his path to forge one of our own. So absorbed was he in his own desires, so driven by his own will alone, that he shunned the one thing that could have made him truly powerful. Faith. The same faith people now place in you. Faith that you will fulfill their dream.
Well, if you want to like show me your work, you can do it through a whisper.
And save those who need saving most.
Don't post it in like the stream chat though.
Jill's plea to save yourself. The difference is, Clive, that you chose to listen, and that is what has steeled our bonds. Bonds that helped you stand firm when Ultima's pull was at its strongest. His power may be absolute, but so is ours. And so will yours be. With my light in your heart, not even a god might stop us.
Joshua! Don't do it, you're...
Enough, Clive. My body is too far gone. If the wound does not take me, the curse will.
Okay, I'll be sure to remember that. Clive Price like Green Luigi when he gets a PB. Or the chubby chain link kid who stays stinky or whatever.
And thus does the final piece fall into place. The incantation primed, but one task remains. To empty the vessel.
Well, at least Ultima doesn't look ugly anymore. He got looks maxed. He still looks weird though, but just not ugly weird. Yeah, that's how it's been for about a year now.
Still here. With me to the end.
Even now, you would deny the inevitable.
That's what you always have. And always will. On this, my sword, I swear, to shield the Firebird's flame forevermore.
It's Wonka-san, 1514.
Centuries have I waited for this moment. This moment in which I might revel in my creation, only to find it profaned and sullied. It must be cleansed.
It's not so easily broken.
But it can be broken. And
I didn't even realize I don't have like all my...
For such is my will.
Try it.
Created you, all of you. And what is mine is mine to destroy.
Once, perhaps. But we are no longer yours.
It's nice having a final boss in an alternate time space. Okay, now we can prime at will.
Have you learned nothing? Damned is the slave who turned the scourge upon his master.
My G, I'm tapping... I gotta use the iframes on this. not even doing it correctly. Okay, his will is not really going down as much as I would want it to. Got your ass.
No. My will is inviolable. Something is wrong.
You're afraid. You always have been. From the moment the Blight exposed what you were, weak, you conceived us to prove otherwise. But the results shook you to the core. For in us you saw yourself, and realized we had the potential to be more than you could ever be. And so you turned your back on your creation. Your back on the world, like the coward you are.
You think you know me? You know nothing, Logos. Nothing.
Yeah, this is like some movie like dialogue with shower thought argumentation. In all actuality, these guys probably came from a culture that was much more dependent upon magic than us, since we're still largely reliant on medieval tech for our food, water, and basic necessities, shelter. Look at this. This guy made a whole tree of Sephiroth just to let us know he's a deity. Oh, is he Chaos?
Bathed in light, I stand above you, my rebirth complete.
Okay, so his power got restructured now.
Defiance shall pay the proper price. An eternity of anguish.
He's no longer a freak-like.
Pain, suffering, you have known none of these. But we have, so we know what they grant. They bring us together, and that makes us strong. Thunder roar!
So he's like a better composite than us. So he's using the skills I'm using. So there's probably multiple variants of this final boss fight. That's kind of interesting. Oh. Maybe it's a coincidence. I got my party members, well, my friends cheering me on like this is Final Fantasy X too. Okay, so I was wrong, but I'm pleasantly surprised in some ways because it means I get to see his full kit.
That's my boy.
Together!
Darkness, unending. Odin. Onward, my son. No, mine is the altar at which you pray. Mine are the eyes that look down upon you all.
And yet still you cannot see. You are no better than us. We are one and the same.
We are not the same.
Oh wow, this antagonist is so like. But the problem isn't that he's one-dimensional. The problem is that he's a straw man. Well, my headphones are popping out because I'm playing too close to my face. Like I'm about to give my controller cunnilingus. Now it's starting to sound like high school graduation music, man. There's a fan cam combo. I see another struggle thing. We're just beating him at his own game consistently. We're not trying to like
You refuse to acknowledge those below.
use weaknesses or anything of that nature. Just fighting fire with fire.
And so you shunned the one thing that could have made you stronger. Pushed away the hands that could have.
Which I guess if we're being a counter striker or counter puncher, it makes sense. Okay, that's some BS.
I could not have made it here on my own. I carry with me the hopes and dreams of my brothers, my sisters. And it is they who will give me the strength to end your reign. I cannot stand.
So which one do I want to finish with? Okay, I'll just use this. Sear your ass like a steak.
The only fantasy here is yours. And we shall be its final witness.
You turned him into Ace. Or Goku in the beginning of Dragon Ball. This is where like all the bugmen start talking about how this is the most Final Fantasy to ever Final Fantasy. Just because this guy said Final Fantasy in the title, man. It's some bugman shit.
What do you imagine will befall this world now that you have gained your precious freedom?
I honestly don't know. But I doubt it will be pretty. A sorry tale of sin and suffering, hardship and pain.
And it was for this that you fought so fiercely? Why?
It's who we are. We fight. We survive. We endure. We don't need a reason. We are imperfect creatures. When we stumble, we reach for a shoulder to lean on. When we fall, we stand back up. We see the horizon, ever out of reach and still.
Okay, so definitely Soken is pulling hard on that main or opening theme.
Because that is our way.
My congratulations. Relish this victory, knowing that you have but delayed the inevitable. Your world is already dead. May you enjoy an eternity
Okay, so he absorbed the powers of Ultima. Just like in the DLC, you can use his abilities. So yeah, not completely necessary. They could have incorporated a lot of this into the previous quest line, but they wanted things to start off on a more climactic note and wrap up in a more climactic note, and that's why they gave us an extended conflict with Ultima. Having this guy suck up all the other icons, you know, Phoenix, and then fight this dude fire versus fire 8 times over. That's what it was all about. Alternate space times and shit. Yeah, so they're trying to do this whole montage to make us feel a little sad about the fact that what's-his-face died? Joshua, but the problem with all of this is that when you extend the flashback too long and the OST starts to shift, and I'm getting all these like different emotional tones, it takes me out of it. It's like in fucking Naruto Sasuke retrieval arc, towards like the later portion where it was like Naruto versus Kimimaro, Kiba versus Sako and Ukon, and Shikamaru versus Tayuya. They were doing these like inserted flashbacks that kind of pulled you out of it. They weren't like the classic Naruto style flashbacks where they're trying to like tell like a story. They're covertly filler. It just really just started pulling motherfuckers out. Okay, so is he gonna try and embalm this dude? Oh, there's only one thing left for you to do.
It seems Ultima's power was too great for this vessel all along. But while I have it, perhaps I can use it to set things right. And see Ultima's legacy. Bearers, dominance, crystals, magic, consigned to the flames. Even if it means the end of me. These are our terms.
See, like, this just amounts to... We'll destroy the last remaining crystal, but in a more exciting fashion, because the crystal is now a super crystal and everything. That's all that really changed. Like, this finale is just not so much a stake change. Like, we have a little bit more of an understanding of Ultima's desires and that he absorbs all of his brothers and whatnot, but aside from that, let me see. Are they gonna have like a song thing? If I hear some singing, I'm gonna mute this. I'll give my thoughts on the game much later on. Okay, so let's see.
our journey end.
Alright. I had to mute that because it was a song moment, but it was... Oh, hell no. Let me... I will have to say that second song has a much better melody and chord progression. It feels like a pop song from 2015 rather than a pop song from 2009. Neither of them were like complete. It's not like they were prime Beyonce era or prime Rihanna era in terms of formulaic.
Yes, Mother. Come on. If only I had the flames.
It's just the second song that was sung in Japanese with the dude had like a slight edge to it.
Magic belongs in fairy tales, and fairy tales don't boil.
Like that would have fit with the prime 1970s R&B era.
Now be a good lad and play with your brother until supper.
Even 90s, but like New Edition 90s, Boys Cement 90s. See, what I didn't show was Clive laying up on a beach somewhere with an ashy-ass hand. Jill and Gav kind of Torgal crying about what happened to them. Okay, so these guys are LARPing the tale of Final Fantasy XVI. It's like they're trying to do Dragon Quest XI's ending, which was... that game had a great ending. It kind of reminds us why Dragon Quest III was so good. Why I'm looking forward to Dragon Quest III so much in the next few months. So, I guess I should give out my thoughts on this game. When this game was announced in 2020, I told everyone on the old Discord server for Elias-san and Dean Weiss that it looked like the most mid-Final Fantasy I've ever seen in terms of presentation and all of that. Like, obviously, budget and production values, it's way up there, but aside from spectacle, story concept-wise, what it initially presented itself as is not so impressive, but then the game came out, I was thinking, man, it's probably gonna rank it above 4, maybe some other games where my low opinions of it were on the lower end of the story or lower end of certain story sections. That contentiousness would kind of elevate 16 above it. 1, maybe because as much as I love Final Fantasy 1, that original NES one is not what I'm thinking of when I think of like why I like 1. I think of Dawn of Souls, Anniversary, Pixel Remaster, even Origin. But what it ultimately came down to is, at first I even thought I was just gonna at least like it more than 13 and 15. But that's not really the case. I think what it is this is where I wanted 15 to be. When 15 was coming out, I initially thought, well, I know this is going to be worse than 13 in a lot of regards, concept-wise, RPG elements, annoying the hell out of you. But ultimately, it won't be that bad. I'll learn to love it. And that ended up not being the case. I kept my expectations really low. That'd be my least favorite Final Fantasy. And yet I'd still like it. And it somehow was even worse than that, to where 15 was a game that really enraged me. But I think 16 is what I ultimately feel 15 should have been, in the sense that I don't like it more than what was then my least favorite Final Fantasy, 13. I think 13 is a much better game than this, on the conceptual level, on an aesthetic level, in regards to the OST, the combat system, maybe not the sheer content of 14, because when you wrap up both games, do all the hunts and side quests and stuff, it's a big empty box that's not worth exploring the way maybe 7, 8, 9, and 10 are, because you still have like mini game content and little outside the box things to discover. There's a lot to engage with those games. Even Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth feel like games where there's things in both games that I haven't really done yet, and I would do them, mostly manuscript content, just by getting the platinum from them if I want to. But 16, it's like I just had to do the chronoliths. Maybe repeat some missions so I can have an excuse to do some of the iconic ability quests. And that was pretty much it. Somehow, like, this game tires me out more than 13 does. So 13, when I played it, I would play through a chapter and think, oh, you know what, we're kind of over the hump. We're getting to the climax, the nitty-gritty of it, and this chapter isn't as bad as I remember it. And then I realized I'm not 50% of the way there, 55, 60, 65. I'm not over the hump. I'm actually at the 25, 35, maybe even 15, 20% mark with that chapter. And then it's like, when Kakashi got hit with Itachi's Tsukuyomi, and he was thinking, alright, well, some time has happened, and then he realized, oh no, all of that was just 1 second. My conception of time is distorted here. Like, Final Fantasy XIII, you'll play it, beat it in 30-something hours, and it feels like a 60-something hour game, but 13 that is. This game, I'm exhausted the moment the chapter begins, because the loop is just so chock full of nonsense, and Koji Fox's dialogue does not help. I didn't even realize this game had autosaves. So is there a way to tell like how long I've been playing this game? Like most RPGs, they kind of give you the clocked in play hours. That's pretty much what I feel about 16. It doesn't have the worst gameplay loop in any game I've ever played. Not even any Final Fantasy. I think 15 deserves that title a lot more, just because the way you go about dealing with the open world content, and the way your buddies kind of just grab you by the shoulder and tell you, hey, let's do this, let's do that. It feels like you're being backseat gamed that entire time. This game, on the other hand, it's more like you got all these side quests. You don't have to do them. You might not even benefit that much from doing them. But even the main story, at times when you have to go incognito in this world, feels like a side quest, and the dialogue is so loquacious because of Koji Fox and the creative liberties he's taken. Combat, on the other hand, man, I learned to love it, because once you get your bread and butter of how to, mess with the character action game system, you don't even have to spam your cooldown abilities. You would optimally play the game that way, because that's how you avoid getting hit. If you just have a bunch of cinematic techniques. Oh, let me reset this. But that's the gist of it, really. The combat is pretty simplistic. I'm sure there's plenty of people going MMD mode, but when you actually break down what they're doing in that, this is not DMC. This is not, okay, we got this kit that's meant for you to freestyle and play however it is you want to and enjoy it. Optimally, the way you play this game is you try to get yourself away from as much danger as possible. Now, towards the end, you saw as I was fighting the final boss, I was learning more about how this game wants me to play it. I was learning how to mess with invincibility frames and things of this nature, deliberately dodging into the attack so that when I phase out, I'm away from it, and I have like a window to get closer and plan out my offense. So there's depth, but most of that depth comes down to understanding the fundamentals of a system and how to get around getting your ass kicked, getting outside of those fundamentals for like certain cooldown attacks, getting cinematic with it. A little bit of Osaka team where you learn how to like iframe things, but instead of iframes, it's get out of that real-time mode. Ironically, that's when this game is at its most flashiest and safe and optimal, when you're not doing real-time combat, or when you're spamming your dodge mindfully and with spatial awareness in mind, so you can get those invincibility moments, those parries with your basic attack, and do your bread and butter, do your cooldown attacks, break down the stagger gauge, and then just go crazy. And if you need another heal source besides your items, you have the limit break, which is a weak ass panic button, but whatever. The RPG elements, just like the side quests, it's something that they tacked on during the last year of development, and some people made a big deal of the fact that, okay, you can choose the final boss with the ultimate weapon. No, you can't. The difference between your second best weapon, which is one you can buy and then like reforge twice, and your ultimate weapon is 35 points. It's not really this type of game at all where you can just like cheese it through these means. Final Fantasy 16, like, I only had to like look at the menu for accessories 3 times. I only had to look at I never had to look at weapons and armor again after getting the ultimates, which means that I was only really using the menu to unlock, you know, my iconic abilities. And even then, once I found like a build that I was comfortable with, I kind of stuck with that, which there's some beauty to that. It means that the game isn't pressuring me to experiment, but sometimes the most fun customization systems are ones that encourage you or even act heavy-handed. You can brute force this way with a build you like, or you can experiment, try something different. And I think Final Fantasy V does a great job of balancing that. 6 does that. 12 does that for sure. 12 is all about you know, figuring out what you need to do. 3 did it in a way with like Garuda in that game that I really didn't like, and the enemies that asexually reproduce, which I still remember that on my YouTube channel talking about that and going on a tangent about this lecture my science teacher gave a classmate about how he needs to get shit together in life, because what if he can't answer a question in a job interview because he didn't develop those skills as a student in this early juncture of life. He said, well, when I'm in a job interview, is someone going to ask me how do plants reproduce? And here I am in a situation where I'm dealing with enemies that self-reproduce unless you use like a party that kills. It's a bit fun tangent, but Free, I think, forced you to change your builds in a not so nice way. One, you gotta commit to what you built in the beginning, but it gives you amenities so that you can be a little bit more flexible, so you can do that without being miserable or being completely walled. Due to the inventory system and items and how you can buff yourself with those. 16, once I found what I liked, I kind of stuck with it. So aside from building that and trying to like sow the seeds for an inevitable or a contingent, I should say, platinum run, I kind of just that's the reason I mess with that menu more so than anything else. So there's just a lot of features and mechanics that I don't really care too much, and because you don't really get enough AP, and because the things you unlock, it's not a very complicated skill tree. It's not, you know, Skyrim 15 skill tree. I'm sure if I even went through a basic new game again, I'll just unlock all the AP I need to do everything I would want to do anyway. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, a lot of these RPG elements and the customization of this game, they try to say that this was action-based Final Fantasy V. No, it's not. Stranger of Paradise is action-based Final Fantasy V. And that game deserves a lot more love, even though there are things this game does that I would have rather Stranger of Paradise do, like having towns where I can interact with there's only like one hub locale, and you interact with people on the menu on a spreadsheet, and that's not cool. Also, the menuing here, the UI is bad. It's unresponsive. I have to wait like a full frame cycle just to go up and down it. I have to toggle through the menu in L1, R1, and that's unresponsive like I Uden. And not good for a JRPG either. I want the standard vertical or scrolling like user interface. If anything, at least do a Xenosaga 2. But that's it. I like the fact that they worked on a new engine in-house for this game, the Radic engine, and that engine seems like it'd be perfect for like a remaster for Final Fantasy XIII. It really does. But I'll be back in a few to do Sly Koopa. It's been your boy Miss Swanka 7. Thank you guys for watching, and Oxamic Day. Also, the OST is straight booty, but you know why? The tone of the OST is good though, like the arrangement and the instrumentation choice, but yeah, composition, this is what people who don't understand Final Fantasy think Final Fantasy OST is like. It's even like disgraceful to Soken, but considering the setting, it's kind of like what happened with 13, where Hamauzu had to nerf himself for the setting of the actual game.